And good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everybody. Welcome back into the Dragon's Den. My name is Digital Dragon. I'm a 3D printing variety streamer here on Twitch. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Some of you may ask, what's a 3D printing variety streamer? Well, that means we do everything from printer unboxings like the X1Cs over here to full-up printer builds like the Vorons. We do a plethora of modifications. We'll be doing a series over here on these two here in the later, in a little bit here. And we do a lot of beta testing like we did with our box turtles over here. So I hope everybody's doing well this evening. Hey, Philanux. Hello, hello, hello. Also, we love our coffee here on stream. So we got some Black Rifle Coffee Company going on right here with our Digital Dragon mug. Be sure to bang merch down in the chat if you are interested in getting any of the merch to support the channel. And Mrs. Dragon will be bringing some Dunkin' a little bit later. Eventually, I hope to be able to get like a Dunkin' in our Black Rifle sponsorship, because that would be awesome. Hey, LTX Designs, how's it going? Hope you're doing well. So today's going to be interesting. We're going to start our Ender 3 Next Gen build series. I've started printing off some of the parts, and I'm basically going to work my way through the manual, and I'm going to sort of print as I go. I say that, but I'm printing as I go right now to make sure that I have the parts needed as they're going to be needed. We'll talk about the plan a little bit today. We're going to look at some of the extra parts that I bought with this kit, as well as we'll take a look at the donor printer and start tearing down the donor printer. Black Rifle is some good, yes it is. And I really like, I'm an Air Force veteran, so supporting a veteran-owned company and one that actively gives back to the military community and first responder community is always an amazing thing to do. So I try and do that. Hey Timor, welcome in. Hey Eagle, hope you're doing well. The weather's pretty good. I mean, it's meaning there's two hurricanes parked off the East Coast, and the weather is just overcast and dreary. We're not getting a ton of rain from it because they're off coast, and we're not on the coast. We're kind of inland in North Carolina, but it's just bleh. It's dreary. It's a little cooler. It's 70 degrees, but like I said, it's just overcast and blah. Oh, thank you, Eagle. Thank you, buddy. Alrighty. So actually, before we get started on the Ender 3 stuff, I did want to open up a package. We did get a package, just came in from KB3D. This is going to give us a little bit of a heads up here on one of the upcoming projects. So, and I think who delivered this? UPS. I think this is one of their dirty trucks. I don't know. Like, this person needs to do a little cleaning somewhere. This is pretty nasty. But this gives us a little bit of an idea of some of the future upgrades and stuff that we're doing. As we mentioned, we will be doing a LDO all-wheel drive kit. This is for the Trident. All right, so this is a CNC all-wheel drive kit, meaning we'll have all four corners are going to have a motor in it. So there'll be two motors working for X and two for Y. And what I really want to do is look in here and see what all is in there. We've got some belt, some 6mm GT2 belt, some 695 bearings, some standoff spacers, aluminum, some VTB, I think these are going to be tensioning blocks. Pulleys, spacers, more spacers, and wow, that's pretty neat. I believe these are end stop knockers. We'll double check, but that does look like end stop plates, or could be VTW. Oh, look at this. They even make it easier. They've got the bearings already mounted in there. We don't even have to do that part. Hey, Projects in Dad's Garage. Oh, maybe, maybe not. Yeah, so this is all of, you know, the metal parts, all the nice CNC parts for the Trident build. What we don't have here, we've got, there's all of our screws, spacers, bits and bobbins. What we don't have in here is motors, right? As we're building a all-wheel drive kit, we're going to wind up with 2 more axes that are going to need motors. And I probably have 2 that'll match the Trident, but is that up here or downstairs? I think I left it downstairs. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. It just so happens that, of course, I ordered some stuff from KB3D and had it actually delivered at the show. The only reason I didn't get this at the show is because they arrived on Friday when everybody was at the show. So that will be for the all-wheel drive, but I also have some of my things that I bought at Micro Center in there. We picked up, or I ordered a set of 4. These are the 2504 motors. So it's almost like I was planning ahead. Because I got 4 of the long shaft motors here that we'll be able to use for this build. So we've already got the motors in stock so that when we add motors, we're adding 4, or we're using 4 of the same exact motors. We're not mixing and matching. When you're going to do an all-wheel drive, that's very important. So this will be the stuff for our all-wheel drive kit. And then what we can do when we go to do our stealth changer, which will also have an all-wheel drive kit, either that or Kyber Dragon will get it. I've still got to do a little bit of research there with the Draft Shift Design folks on whether or not it's a good idea to do the all-wheel drive mod at this time on the stealth changers. If it is, we'll put it on that one. If not, we'll put it on Kyber Dragon, which is on display down at Ecovate 3D. But this also had the Novo mains heater that we're going to use on this build. So this is our 120 volt, 350 watt mains heater. So yeah, I'll make some progress on you, Projects in Dad's Garage, but we'll see. I've got plenty of projects, and I think I'm going to try and spread them out so I don't kill myself too much trying to push forward too fast. Okay, so this stuff here, do I have stuff in the deck panel? Why? Yes, I do. Why wouldn't I? I'm just going to actually set this in the Trident so it's out of the way for now. And we'll grab that when we go back there. Okay. Some more coffee. So we have our mains bed heater, and you're going to say, well, why would you need a mains bed heater? Are you not going to use the inner 3 bed? And the answer to that is no. This will give you an idea. This is the carriage mount for the inner 3NG. So you can do it printed parts. You can do it like this. This is the all-wheel drive. This is the main carriage mount. This will work with the standard build plate because you do have the spot for the 4 screw holes to do the standard tensioning. Or you can go through and get a Mike 6 build plate, which is what I did. So we've got a nice Mike 6 build plate. This is the one specified by the crew there for the Ender 3NG. You will notice that this side that has the cutout in it for a thermistor is actually the side where the screws go through. So this is actually the side. So you're going to be putting your thermistor underneath the magnetic sheet and sandwiching it between the magnetic sheet, your build surface, and the bed itself. So we'll have to gloop in a bunch of probably some borate nitride in there so that we get some good transfer. So we haven't opened the actual Fabreeko kit. Okay, what we have is, all right, let's go that route. All right, let's go that route. So this, let me go ahead and move my coffee out the way so I don't knock it over. We will tilt you all down a little bit here. So this is the Ender 3 NG kit that you can get through Fabreeko. Okay. Let me get some of my printed parts over here that I was starting. So here we go. We've got some PTFE tube. What all do we have in here? We've got PTFE tube, the 4 feet. Oh, nice. Silicone bed standoff. I got like a dozen of those. The anti-backlash nuts for the lead screws. These are the, is this the, hold on a second. I was going to say these are closed loop belts, but it might be a single closed loop belt. Yeah, the single closed loop belt. So this is the 1140 GT2. Come on. So this will be the belt for running 3 lead screws, 1 motor. All right, so this is our belt, 3 lead screws, 1 motor. That is what we're going to do. We'll talk through some of the things that we're doing and why. We have some MYT. These are our LM8 LUU. There's 4 pieces there. And then we've got 3 pieces of LM, yeah, okay, LM12 UU. Okay, you would use this if you were using the printed bed parts. Okay, If you're doing either one of the printed bed parts, meaning you're either having the arms that go to a metal piece or not, you're going to use these. I will not be using these for this build because I've got some different ones. You've got your 40-tooth pulleys. These will be needed. These are for your bed. The GT2 20-tooth pulleys. Once again, these will be for your bed and your A and B motor. We got some 6 mil belts. And we've got, these are 608 bearings. Yeah, 608 RS bearings. So a lot of this stuff will be used at the very beginning when we're doing the lower frame. Okay, so we've got that one. We've got the linear rods. We've got both Elimate rods and 12mm rods. The 12mm rods are your uprights for your bed. So your bed's going to be riding on the 12mm rods, and your 8mm rods will make up your X and Y axes. So we've got those. The hardware pack. A lot of your bits, bobs, screws, heat set inserts, the works. A bunch of Honey Badger F695 2RS bearings. Always nice to see. We've got motors. These would be the upgraded A and B motors, I'm assuming. Honey Badger by Fabreeko branded. We'll have these bad boys. Which vendor are you looking to talk to for your build? There's our motors for this build. The bearings. We'll have our fans. These should all be Honey Badger branded fans. We got some end stops in there, so this is the electronics kit. This looks like enclosure kit and wiring. So there's a bit of wiring in there and the enclosure kit stuff. So this will be later in the build. We've got several pieces of frame rail in here. There's our 3 lead screws for the bed. The den rail, interesting mounting of the den rail for this. That'll be really cool. Like I said, we've got various pieces. We've got 2040. 2040. We'll go ahead and bring this out. And I'm going to put some of this stuff back in here for now, just so it's contained and out of the way. And we'll get into all this stuff when the time comes. I will leave our assorted hardware out for now, but I'm going to bring the frame out because if we get to the point where we're starting today, we're going to have to verify all of our frame is here. So we're good to go to get started. Now, I just put that back and didn't show you the other piece that came in the kit with stuff that I ordered. And that are these LM12 UU. Okay, so these are kind of like T-bearings. These will screw onto our build plate, our build plate platform. So they will slip through here and screw directly into these holes right here. Right, so we'll have one of these in each corner to ride on those 12 millimeter rods, and then here's where our lead screws will come in with our anti-backlash nuts. Now you'll notice that this is rigid. If you use either of the other two bed mounting systems, you'll have the ability to do things like Wobble X, some printed wobblers. And what that does is it helps reduce the strain and any inconsistencies you'll get if your lead screws are not perfectly straight. We went with this bed because down the road, the plan will be to go to fully kinematic once they fully release that. So using this, our Mike 6 build plate, and having everything else ready to go, we'll be able to add 2 more motors and make this a triple lead screw, an independent triple lead screw like a Trident type thing. Okay, so this was an add-on that we purchased the same time we purchased that bed plate mount, or the build plate mount. The Mike 6 bed, we bought the mount. The carriage is what this is. So we bought the carriage. We bought those larger LM12 bearings. We got our Mike 6 build plate. This will be the rear. So this will be for standoffs on either side as a stopping point for the bed. Once again, we'll have our thermistor embedded in here underneath the magnet. 4 screws will allow us to go through just like a normal one. I had to buy an oversized magnet, so we'll start that in one corner, we'll mount it, and then I'll just come through and cut it off because they didn't have the right size for this build plate. We got a black textured 235 bed. So we got a bed for it. We'll add that in there. And then we've got the heater. This is once again, a mains Canovo heater for our Mike 6 build plate. I did have to go through KB3D to get this because they did not have the Honey Badger, actually any of the Honey Badger bed styles that would fit this, because you need to have those 4 holes in it. They had one that was the right size, but they don't have the holes in the right place. And do not get a different one and drill holes through it, because you're going to break the continuity and kill your heater. So there's our bed system. And so with all of that, I'm trying to hear. I think the garage door just went up, so maybe Mrs. Dragon got back. We also have a panel kit that we ordered from Fabreeko. We'll get into this as we go through, but it's going to have all of our acrylic panels. From the looks of it, everything in here appears to be clear acrylic. And in full disclosure, okay, full and complete disclosure, this is a sponsored bill by Fabreeko, okay? They sent me the kit. They sent me all of the extras. He said, basically, make sure you pick everything you want now because this is your one and done. So we got the kit. We got the bed carriage. We got the Mike 6 build plate. We got the LM12 UU bearings and the magnet and the enclosure. A couple of those I actually had to pay for, but for the bulk of that was sent to me by Fabreeko for this build. So that's where we're at there. I did go out and purchase a donor printer. Of course, they cleared me, Hector cleared me to order this stuff the week after we had our buy sell trade event out at Ecovate 3D, which was, let me just put it this way, it was a Creality Fest. I would have had my choice of Creality printers, but I did my usual, and we purchased an Ender off of eBay. Okay, so this is which model? Which model? Nope, not there. I mean, it's an Ender. Yep, still an Ender. This looks like an Ender 3 V2. So there might be some things I need to do to this. We'll see. So you can build this with various types of Enders. Oh, man. All right. Hold that thought. I just knocked over a container of bearings. And we're going to need to pick up my balls before they get everywhere. So stick with me for a minute because they're already everywhere. We need to make sure that they don't travel any further. There was no real good way of saying that. And I can guarantee you I'm going to find these things everywhere for a while. It's going to be a hot minute. I do know that some yeeted that way off. A couple over here. Some made it down to my feet. Do what? I dropped my balls everywhere. No, not at the moment, but yes, thank you there. All right, because I know there's a lot more than that should be in there. So I think quite a few of them went this way. Nope, you're not going to get back here. It's a mess back here. Oh yeah, trust me, it's a mess back here. All right, I'll have to do some hunting a little bit later. We'll do some hunting later. But I did just find an M3 nut and a couple ferrules. Yeah, the good thing is these are at least larger size ball bearings and not like, how can we put this delicately? So Zora at 3D Printopia dropped or not drop, but had one of the carriages on the Crooked Crow come off. Actually, I think two of them did. And he had linear rail ball bearings all over the back of his car. That's a sad day because those are a lot smaller. Okay. I think that's all we're going to be able to do for right now. And we'll try not to do that. I'm going to leave this over here now then. Okay. What I was going to do is just open things up, see what we have, see if we've got a full, printer. I'm not sure what I'll need out of this, but I can tell you a lot of it's probably going to stay in here. Oh, hey, there's the screen protector. I even got a screen protector. That's awesome. This might be frame screws, but we've got the tensioner. I think that's the Z end stop on a plastic piece. Extrusion cover. Yeah. Hot end sock. We won't be needing that because we're not going to use that. This is an interesting find. One side's crimped, one side's cut. So we'll just throw that belt away now. Pretty sure it's useless. Got some zip ties. Part of the tensioner. Some of the long bolts. I think we need to use the long bolts out of here. I'm not 100% sure. If Armored was in here, he would know definitely. But I'm going to pull most of these larger M5 bolts out and we'll put them off to the side. Those are extras. Another tensioner, some miscellaneous screws. I'll put most of these over here. I don't know if we'll need them or not. I know the M5s we're probably going to need. There's a little pokey needle. We'll put that over here and promptly forget about it. Oops, that'll go in there. Spool holder. And the wrench. So we got a set of tools. Hey, Wick Allen, how's it going? Hey, Show Me Layer. Is the only one with the screen like that. Yeah, it's the vertical screen, isn't it? Okay, so we've got one of the frame pieces. Two of the frame pieces. I think this is, yeah, this is one of the uprights because that's where the, it's the two screws where the, whatchamacallit, power supply attaches to. So these should be the two Z's. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? We'll get that in a second. We've got three so far of the four twisties for the bed, part of the spool holder, one of the or the X gantries. There's the other part of the spool holder. I might actually need one of those. Oh, wow. Isn't she pretty? There's the screen. I have never used one of these screens. It's got the keyholes and the two standoffs so that you can pop it off and put it back in. Never used one of these screens. Let's see. It's going to be the best way to do this. Oh, found the other knob. It's still attached to the bed. Okay. Top piece. Our X-rail. So X motor, X end stop, extruder. One of the crappiest extruders known to man because it's still the plastic one. Not, they didn't even upgrade this to the metal arm. But we're probably going to have to salvage a couple of those. Interesting. Interesting. And what's interesting? There's a Z motor. I think this was a single Z. And there we go. We've got the base. All about the base, about that base, about that base. God, I don't believe I just did that. Okay. There is a bed spring. All right. I think that's it. That's everything out of the thing. We got another random screw promptly dropped, a spring, and there we go. Last one of those. Bed spring, bed screw, and there's our spool head, also not going to be used. Our bed, also not going to be used. Y motor, injection molded Y end stop pod that is broken, I believe. Feels like it. Yeah, it broke out. All right. So the good news is we will salvage some of this stuff and provide it to the local shop for like, hey, it's a Crowdy bed. We can either sell the Crowdy bed directly or provide it to the local shop as a, hey, here's a spare if you need it. What we got? You have one and turn it into a linear rail printer. Power supply built under the base is what I like about it. Yeah, it hides. There's a lot that's hidden because of that. And once again, so this is a V2. I believe I thought it was a Pro, but regardless, you can build this with a different or various different types. We've got a V2 here. So what I want to kind of do before we go too much further, we'll bring up the page here, and this is going to be our Bible. So I'll paste it out here for everybody. Maybe. Paste. Okay, so there's the site if you want to follow along. This is the RH3D website, kind of wiki. You'll see he's got a couple of projects here, the Ender 3 Next Gen or Ender 3 NG, and a Virtue E3. This is a another printer that he's working on. I don't think it's fully done yet, but there will be one coming there. So the Ender 3 NG is the ability to take an Ender 3 printer and make it so much more than its constituent parts. How do we build it better, make it faster, make it stronger, do the whole $9 or $6 million man thing to it? There's the 1.2S or standard. It's more of the kit style approach. That's what we looked at, was all the additional parts to build this as a base kit with the all-in-one approach. Here's all of your decisions made for you. Pretty much, you could even go through and use the standard hot end and stuff like that. Then you've got the advanced, and that's for the ones that want to go deeper in the project, tweak things. You've got full flexibility of your configuration. We will be building advanced, so I'm going to click on that to go over to the advanced section. Now with that, you can do it with using no additional parts, right? So take these parts, build it. You will use printed rear uprights and no front uprights other than your 12 millimeter rods. Then you can do the advanced frame or the ultimate frame. Well, hold on. So there's like 3 scopes here. There's one, use printed vertical risers in the back. Or you can use 2040 in the back and nothing up front, just the 12 millimeter rods. Or you can do the ultimate frame, which is the one over here on the right, which you have both a aluminum extrusion 2040 rear and a 2040 in the front on each side. Adds a little more rigidity. Then you can also do an enclosed printer, which is what Armor 3D has done multiple times and has taken some to multiple shows. So we'll look at the configuration, which kicked me back here for whatever reason. That is a bad link. You have to click it over here. And how does it work? You can do the base build, the tool head, and then we can talk about mods and upgrades. So the base build, supported and tested with several printers. So you can use a Creality Ender 3. It has a 2040 by 330 for the y-axis, which means you're going to need to use a printed spacer because that y-axis is used at the rear bottom of the frame. And basically what you're going to do is, because it's 2040, you lay it flat and you'll print 2 sections underneath that will join together and then will mount to that 2040 to make a 4040 at the rear. Okay, you've got the Ender 3 Pro, and this is the default. It has a 4040 350 millimeter extrusion for the y-axis, and that is the default one. And then there's a Ender 3 V2, which is what this is. I thought this is a Pro, this is a V2. So I'll have another part to print. So they have, well, some of them have a shorter 4040 extrusion for the Y. We're going to have to measure this one to see. If it is shorter, there are some printed spacer as seen in this image here on the right. So there's some printed spacers that you can add to the end to get it to 350 versus 330. Okay? So the default would be the Ender 3 Pro, which is what I thought I had ordered. Apparently not. Okay. And then you'll have the option to enclose or not enclose. We will be enclosing because It's me. It's what we do. The frame, once again, you have printed verticals. You have a 2040 upgrade, which is the first stage upgrade, which adds V-slot extrusion in the back here. Okay, so this first one here, you've just got your 12 millimeter rods in the front, and these are printed uprights in the back. On the second upgrade, or the first stage upgrade, you add additional 2040 on the rear here. And then for the ultimate frame, which is recommended, you add 2040s to the front and the back. That would be why we had 2040s in the kit. Okay, is to do the ultimate frame, which is the recommended frame. Okay. Z-axis rods. Two 12 millimeter rods, which is the legacy version. Simple to set up. Or three 12 millimeter rods, which is the recommended. That's what we're using in the kit. Bed carriage, once again, there's three types here. There's a printed carriage, which is fully printed chassis. So in this case, the reason you're seeing two colors is primary and accent colors for parts. The second one is you can use the stock E3 bed carriage, which is the recommendation. Once again, you're adding printed parts, linking it to that carriage, and building that way. Or the third, which is a metal cut one, which is laser cut, or water cut, but it's the most rigid option. And if you do this, you do have to buy, once again, those LM12 bearing mounts. Okay. The Z-tilt bed is in development. You'll be able to modify that however. On wobble compensation, you'll have none, straight through bolting like we have on our metal carriage frame. You'll have a flexi joint, which is a printed flexible joint, which will allow a little bit of movement like an Oldham. Or you can go the expensive route and get Wobble X by Mirage C. That is a great system. I personally have never used it, but it does reduce your max Z height by about 22 millimeters there. Okay. Z drive, there's two different types. There's one stepper, which is the recommended right now. Excuse me. So that would be one stepper motor driving either, one stepper motor driving all three lead screws, or you can have three separate steppers. I believe Armor 3D had set his up that he took to 3D Printopia with three independent steppers and wind up converting it back to a single stepper before the show just because of reliability issues. One stepper triple lead screw works perfect. You know how I know that? P1 series, X1 series, Anycubic Cobra S1, Centauri Carbons, Creality K1 series, K2 series, the H2 series from Bamboo Lab. They're all running single motor triple lead screw. It's perfect. As long as you get your bed at the same height and flat, you're golden. You're about to start working on your Doron Velta. There's a part of me that really, really wants to build one of those, and for whatever reason, as I put it in the cart, I always take it back out. The one I really want to do is the Venture XL. Hey, Blue Chocolate Bro, how's it going? You like your bed fluffy and soft? Yes. Lead screw pulleys, you can print them. That is the legacy version, or you can use the aluminum ones. We have the aluminum ones, default kit option. Your PSU, It's Creality. They change PSUs all the time. This is a thinner PSU. So we will have to use this little adapter to extend out. It's an adapter duct. So we'll have to do that. Board mount. I will tell you, I have an SKR 3EZ sitting over here from the Additiva Ender 3. Is it that one? I think that's the one. Anyhow, I'm pretty sure I have an SKR 3EZ over here, but we're not going to use the Creality board. We'll just put it that way. We're either going to put an SKR Mini E3 V2 or an SKR 3EZ in here. I don't think we need to go to an octopus. So, tool head, multiple options. Haven't got a clue. I literally haven't got a clue. What I might wind up putting in here, even though I know there's a tube compact hot end option available in the beta forums, I'm probably not going to put one on this build because I have a whatchamacallit. This one? Nope, not that one, because that's a pretty empty box. But I've got a drop effect NG. I've got some Dragonfly. I've got various hot ends in here. There we go. That one's going to be it. We'll wind up using this one. I don't see a need to do like a UHF hot end in here, but we will put, I think this is it. That's an empty box as well. The heck? All right, 1 second. I'm apparently going to sit here and fight this. That's that. That's that. Labs. Rapido, Elegoo. Got a Dragon hot end. I've got a Dragonfly hot end. Ooh, there you go. We can go with the Dragonfly hot end, and it's an homage to Mrs. Dragon. Ah, that would be the one I was looking for. I mean, we could go really crazy and put a Takato HE40 on there with dual 100-watt heaters, but here we go. We're going to run this little fella. This is the the Fadus Drop Effect Next G fiber. So this will have like encoded heat break, silicon carbide nozzle on it. We can do an ultra high flow extension on it. It comes in the kit. I beta tested these, and these are fabulous. I was getting like 43 cubic millimeter per second flow rates out of it. So we will pull this out and we will add it to the pile of parts. It uses a standard Dragon mount, so we'll be able to take the Dragon mount for the tool head and get going there. Cartoon Anarchy, you need to pick up some parts from KB3D tomorrow. If you're going there, tell the Chris's I said hello. You sell source shirts from an old Delta you got from Marketplace for 30 bucks. Nice. Extruder, I'll pick one. I'll most likely print one because I've got a bunch of the NEMA 34 or whatever the small motors are. So what we'll be looking at is which one of the fronts will we do. I'll make that decision as we get closer to that part of the build. It's not going to be a CPAP front end, so the one over here on the right is off. It's going to be one of these, depending on which size blowers I want to put in. I think these are 4010, 4020, and then 5015s. Probably going to be that one. Bed probes. Clicky is recommended, or the BD sensor is recommended. I am most likely going to put a cartographer or a beacon on it. Just me. So your choice of bed and bed mounting will determine which one of these you can use, by the way. Okay. Various cable guides and stuff. Mods and upgrades. Stepper cooling. We will be adding the stepper coolers on here. Basically, that's just some additional fans and some ducts to be able to pull heat off of your stepper motors. I'm not going to need frame braces because we're going to have a enclosure on here. I don't think these side braces do anything special if you have an enclosure. And I think these are going to help if you're using the printed uprights to help add additional rigidity. We will do handles just because it's easier to move printers around when you've got handles on them. LED lights, yes. Ergobutt everything. Aux cooling, I don't know. We'll flip a coin. I think I've got some 120 fans left over from doing something else. So I may throw some in there. Probably will. I think this will work, which is the AC bed for heaters, including connector for the ground wire. These will be Wago pieces, and I believe I can still do those on the metal plate. So that will be the plan, is to add these to the metal plate. If not, I will figure out a way of adding them like VHB tape. I'd also like to do this, provided it's available. I think I may have to drill some holes. I'm not sure, but getting that bed fan in there will be a good thing to help heat up the chamber. Auto Z Voron, no. Because if I'm running beacon, we'll be doing like tap. Sourcing parts. The S version is designed to simplify the process, make it easy, blah, blah, blah. Printing parts. Pretty much, we're printing an ASA. We're printing an EPAX ASA, the Burt Titanium / like Cosmic Midnight or whatever it was, and orange are the two colors that we're using. Printing parameters are pretty much Voron, right? Yeah, 4 parameters, 5 top and bottom, only 30% instead of Voron, which is normally 40. Infill type, I always use cubic. Gyroid just shakes things too much, so you use gyroid when you're looking for that gyroid effect. Yes, Techno Slide, this is going to be the Ender 3 NG. Yep, everything here is good. Calibration, print, and tolerances. Do it. I am printing almost all of the parts exclusively on my Centauri carbons. So let's... So the Centauri carbons down here. This one's loaded up with the orange. Both of these are loaded up with the Burt Titanium, Dark Magic, Cosmic Midnight, whatever the heck the color name is. I can't remember off the top of my head right now. Do I have any more of it? That would be that would be a no. I don't have. Okay. So anyhow, I will be using the X1C over here to do the back panels so I can get the Ender 3 NG logo in dual color. But besides that, tune your printers. I've been using the cauliflower from Vector 3D. I did set up for skew correction. Fingers crossed that what I'm doing is, because the Centauri Carbon is using Clipper, but it's a forked version of Clipper that basically they turned into C code. They did release it, but until somebody fully Clipperizes it, where we have the ability to go in and add our own Clipper features and functions, I do not believe skew correction is set up in there. What I am doing is adding the Marlin skew parameters in my start G code and hoping that that's fixing my skew. There's very minor skew in all three of mine. And then we've also got, of course, shrinkage. You got to account for your shrinkage. So yeah, do those things. Make sure you're as set up as possible. Curious as to why I'm doing a Ender 3 NG. Honestly, I wanted to. We've done various Ender 3 mods here, right? We did the Additiva Ender 3 belt printer, which was fairly good. Because of that, I went ahead and did the Ender 3 Ender XY mod from Additiva. That was very, very poor, right? You used 2 lead screws, and the lead screws were behind the linear rails, and I got front to back bed wobble. That was very, very bad. Didn't like that. I've turned that over to the interns that were down at Ecobate 3D, and they were tearing into it, trying to re-engineer some things on it, which was kind of cool to watch them play. This mod, well, we've done a couple of Ender wires as well. Those work out very, very well. We did a bug boo, which takes Ender 3 parts and turns it into basically a P1S. No, P1P. And now we're going to do one of these because it looks cool. That's it. It's a fun project and it just looks cool. There is zero use case for it other than that. And I'm getting tired of watching Armored 3D build his because they look so damn cool that I've got to build one. Bear with me one second, folks. I'm going to... Here we go. I'm going to raise my desk up over here so I can move my next batch of coffee closer to me. But yeah, every once in a while we do builds just because it looks cool. And I do builds. And this one will get built. It'll probably roll around. It'll probably roll me to some shows. And then it'll eventually find a new home somewhere. Or go in the store once we get the shop space opened up. Want to make a coffee chaser to the balls? Oh, don't spill the coffee. Don't spill the coffee. I'm gonna be scrounging around over here. I probably will break out some magnets and start scouring, looking for all the balls, because I think they are all steel balls, not stainless steel, that are non-ferric. So basically, long story short, calibrate your prints and tolerances. printing parts in colors, right? They have a color scheme tool. Now, don't ask me how the hell these colors work. I was losing my mind because it's brightness, saturation, and hue. If it was RGB, if it was hex, if it was something where I could go, wow, I'm going to use this Polymaker color. Here's the hex code, and I can put it in, or whatever, that would make things great. So I fiddle-farted with it, trying to figure it out. And what I finally came up with, the manual shows 2 different colors for parts. So that's how I'm going through. And as the manual shows like a black or dark gray part, okay, that's the primary color. When it hits the other color, which is more of one of these colors, I use the accent color. Boom, done. It's easy. For those of you that don't understand the balls joke, I knocked over a thing of bearings that are used for end stops. And I'm sure there's a bunch more of these on the floor somewhere under the desk right now. So I dropped my balls everywhere earlier. So you do have the ability to go through and do your color stuff. Just make sure you track things. All of the files are available on printables. Go do it. The other thing I will highly suggest you do, go give RH3D some money via Ko-fi so that you can download the step files. I did download the step files. We will be bringing the step files up as we go through this if we have any issues with the manual or we get confused, because the manual does talk about all of the different mods as you're going through. So it does get a little wishy-washy sometimes in the manuals, so it's better sometimes to just go into the step files, clear out all the stuff that you're not doing, like, oh, these are the files for the 2 lead screws versus the 3. Yeah, just do it. You're in his Discord if you need something. Yeah, I'm in his Discord as well. Mods and remixes, there's a ton of mods and remixes out there in printables. I will tell you this. This is going to be my suggestion, right? Having done this and having fought, especially if you guys remember way back, it was either Blue Dragon or Red Dragon, one of the 2 ender wires. We built one, and when we did the next one, we decided to use the Stealth Burner, but we put an LGX light in it and a couple of other mods. And it was a nightmare trying to figure out which files to get printed to get it to fit right within the Stealth Burner shroud with the side, opening door and the whole 9 yards. So just be careful. Pick a path, go through that path, get your printer built. Then go back and do additional mods. If you're going to go and look at all these mods that aren't in the main file structure, just know you're out in the middle of nowhere. Better be a part of the Discord or reaching out to people on the printables, because like you said, every version of an Ender frame is slightly different. And you're going to be chasing anomalies and ghosts. So just be careful, be forewarned. I'll leave it at that. Hey, Evil Diesel, how are you doing, my friend? Hope you're doing well. We've been going through, we went through the stuff that's in the kit down here on the floor. We got all the stuff in the kit. Talked about what's part of the base kit. What are the mods that we got, which was pretty much the entire bed system. So we're eating this, not using these. We instead are going to use the laser cut or CNC cut bed carriage that you can get through Fabreeko. We're going to marry that to a Mic 6 build plate that you can also get through Fabreeko. This allows you to run your thermistor embedded underneath the magnet, because this is the side that has the countersunk holes. So this is where your screws are going down through some silicone standoffs, not the springs, that are in the kit. So you'll have your thermistor under there. We picked up our Ender 5 mains heater, so this will require an SSR. This is going to go underneath. We've got an oversized magnet because you didn't have the right size at Fabreeko. We'll mount this, trim it. And we got a honey badger bed because why not rep a honey badger with all the Fabreeko stuff that was provided. This is a sponsored build by Fabreeko. So, yeah. We also have the enclosure kit, and for giggles, because I know this hot end is killer, we're going to mount this is the Fadus Next G, the Drop Effect Next G fiber hot end, which means it's got the encoded heat throat all the way through it, and then a silicon carbide nozzle. So that'll be the install for the hot end. It has a standard Dragon mounting pattern, so no need to change things up there. We'll just use that. We've got everything unloaded from the actual Ender that we bought. I thought it was a Pro. We didn't. We got a B2. So we're going to need to take things apart the rest of the way. And by the rest of the way, I mean big chunks, because I just need the extrusions and the power supply. Because everything else I think we're yeeting. We're not using this bed. It's going to turn into spare parts I'll take down to Ecovate and give to the folks there. That'll be gently used spare parts that they can use for customer repairs or whatever. I don't care. I'm not using them, so we'll get rid of them. So we'll start taking this apart, which means I probably should have, oh, it's there. Grab, God, I haven't taken an Ender apart in a hot minute. This will be fun, because we'll need to take apart the bed stuff and get that off. You just woke up, body ain't happy, decide to go on strike. Well, that sucks. Yeah, the Ender just needs changes. All we're going to do is use the frame. Everything else we're going to yeet off of here. And we'll go that route. What am I looking for? Nobody give me crud for grabbing a pair of pliers. I'm being lazy. It's probably not where I want to be lazy at, huh? And actually, once again, like I said, it's obviously been a while since I've messed with one of these, because there's easier ways to do this, like slide the whole bed off, and then life becomes so much easier. How does this attach in there? Screws on the front. Take the tray out with some of the other tools in it and some screws. That's great. Why am I missing? I hate when I'm missing screw or drivers. What's even worse is when you're missing drivers and you can visualize exactly where they're at. We're going to take as many of these parts that we're pulling off and just toss them in the bag. If I need to get a bigger bag, I'll get a bigger bag. So that's off and out of the way. This should be able to slide straight forward and off. There we go. I don't even need to do anything to this because we're not going to use it. So this comes off and goes over in the corner. I think I need this motor. Flip this over and see if we can't undo the electronics. Get that stuff out of here before we eat things. Because I'm not using any of those electronics, so they can go away. Hey, Pez Liz, how's it going? Welcome in. You're lucky I'm tired. Only got up once to get the Centauri swapped out. Okay. Yeah, it is a sponsored build. I did mark it as such on the thing, and we'll do that same way when we'll go over to YouTube land. Yeah. Who's this catching on? Really? Is there a... Oh, dang it. Rowdy, why do you put screws for things on both sides? And the nice thing is the fan self-yeeted. Even better. I didn't need to undo the fan. It yeeted itself. Undo this one. Watch our wires, and that's not going to yeet out because we need the front two out. Well, that's all nice and floppy. And Pezlis just resubscribed for 27 months in a row. Holy cow. Holy cow. Over 2 years. You're a toddler now. This way. I'm going to have to flip this back over. Hey, look, there's some foam for no apparent reason. Flip this back over. Get that wire out of there, this wire out of here, this wire out of here, and of course there's wires, the power wires, that go back to the switch. See if I can just undo those two and keep everything else as one shot, and I'll just take it down that way to Ecovate. And of course not. What else is there? What are these? There is some other wire that's tracking back in there. You're not wanting to make this easy on me. Why not? Why not? Who the hell puts Phillips head screws on a printer anymore? I mean, power supplies, yes, but mounts? So how are you doing, Liz? I want to give another big shout out to Liz for being the savior that brought me my Sparta 3D filament. He was amazingly awesome and brought it to me from Canada. I was like, I need this. And she goes, I got you. And just like that, I had good God, my filament that I will need as we do the Trident and the 2.4 upgrade. So primarily for stealth change, but we're also going to need some for whatchamacallit, the Trident all-wheel drive upgrade. We're going to go all-wheel drive, Jabberwocky, and whatchamacallit, all-wheel drive, Jabberwocky, and full box turtle upgrade enclosure. So thank you, Liz, for doing that for us. All right, what the hell else? The Y. Oh, so the Y comes up and goes through because why not? The Y motor, the Y end stop come up, go through this housing. Why is this housing more complicated than it needs to be? We've got 15 screws in it. Of course, they're the M4s, which require the 2.5 millimeter. So I'll be right back. I got to go grab the 2.5 millimeter driver that I do not have up here. Okay. Because I'm trying not to take apart things that I don't have to, because I'm being lazy like that. But it kind of feels like they put a screw in every single one of the M4. What the bloody heck? Okay, it's that one, which does look like M3 button head. So I've never used one of these particular Ender 3s, so that's why I'm kind of fiddling around trying to find the right screws to take out to get to certain things here. All right, so there's our power supply. Yay. Now, oh my God. I have to take this plate the rest of the way off, which means take these M4 screws out so I can uncover the actual screws to unscrew the switch and stuff. I guess I should look at the Ender N3 files and see, like, does it reuse the Ender switch? Like, would I be able to reuse all of this goodness or not? I don't know. For now, I'm going to hold up that board. We'll undo that. Do these come out? Yeah. Apparently we undo the connector, and these might be able to come out through there. Oh my God. Dear God. Yay! There's the board, the bed, and the hot end. That was a painful thing to eat. That's all going to go to Ecovate. We'll hold this for the time being, and like I said, we'll see if we can use the inlet wires or not. And if not, then we'll just take the power supply, and hell, for that matter, we might just eat the whole power supply. Because quite honestly, I mean, it's a Meanwhile LRS 350/24. It's not like I don't have a ton of those laying around. Where the hell's the... Like, why is this not lining up? There we go. What I'm going to do is just remount the power supply in here, and when I go to use it, I'm going to try and remount the power supply in here when I go to use it. It'll line up better if you actually put it in the right side. When I go to use it, we'll figure that part out when I go to use it. There we go. That's how we use words on stream. So Liz, how are you doing, and how was your travel back to Canada? All that Nero's back and got all of his Gundam reassembled back in his office. Like I said, I'm just going to basically put this all back together, and I'll fill this stuff out once I get to the point where I need to put in the power supply and I decide whether I'm going to use a different power inlet or use the direct power inlet out of this, or I don't even know what all files it has. Okay, did I lose everybody? Like, it got awful quiet. Thursday. Who else is streaming on Thursday? I know Pez probably has 5 or 6 different streams open. That's why she's not responding. Might be mad at me too. She had some choice words about getting that filament through the airport. I don't know if it was just that it was heavy or what. I know she almost forgot them. Not on purpose, but she did almost forget them. And as you can tell, I'd almost lose my head if it wasn't attached to me some days. All right, there we go. Put this one back in to close that. All right. And like I said, for the most part, some of this, it's just determining which, I know we'll use the power supply. It's will we use that outlet or something else? Or like I said, it's not like I don't have extra power supplies around here. And if it's right, then I'll just take that and ship it off as a all-in-one power package for the um, Ender itself. What do we got here? The 2 and the 3. I've got to remove these M5 bolts. Hold on the Y motor and we'll be able to pull that out. Well, darn you. And as I mentioned, the Y end stop pod, yeah, it did break on this. So that is a broken piece. Somebody would have to um, redo that anyhow to reuse it. I don't think we reuse any of this. We had all new belts provided in the kit. So all of this stuff is just going to keep going in here. We had all new end stops. So I don't think we'll use any of that. Put that back in there as well. The screws, the springs, and stuff like that will recover as we take all of this apart. I think these are no, these are going to be the 4mm because they're the M5 socket heads. These are through bolted, so we'll pull these out. And like I said, I don't know how many of these actual like frame screws we'll use and how many are replaced. So I'll hold on to these for the time being. You're playing a game on the tablet, trying not to move. I got that. So I will say that I did load Baldur's Gate. I did create a character. Funny enough, it's a Dragonborn fighter. I think I did a brass or copper though. Still a flamethrower, but slightly different. I did something I should know. Yeah, something I should know about. But he doesn't have a muddy for a companion. That's kind of sad. I am going to start looking at the other classes. I figured I would just get something started. All right. There we go. That came off. This is going to be the critical one that we have to really look at. Oh, there that part came out. Some more foam here and there. I don't think we use any of the little stop brackets, and I don't think we're going to use I think we're going to take the rubber feet off as well. Once I decide you'll make yours, okay, so you'll make complimentary based on what I make. All right, last one. There we go. And like I said, I don't think we use these, so I will hold off, but I think we're going to yeet these off. We're going to yeet all of the plate covers for now. I can get the darn thing to come off. Come on. All righty. So these tiny screws, using 5x8s, they'll go over here in the pile of screws that we pulled off of this thing. I will take this apart when the time comes. Same thing with the Z motor. This stuff will go in the bag of accoutrement. Those little screws were the ones that held the enclosure together, so I'll put those together in a little bit. I'll go down there. So this is our side-by-side Y rail. We have this one. We need to look at how long some of our extrusions are. And we need to make sure and look for what all we need. The build guide is big. It is long. It takes a bit. How's the build going? Mechaform? We have not started building anything yet. We have just torn down our donor. And what we're going to do is go through. We've got the motors that came with the kit. We've got the AB motors that came with the Honey Badger. So these are the Honey Badger motors. That'll be the AB motors. We'll use some smattering of these, I believe. We're not going to use this. We're not going to use this. So this can go over here. I will put the enclosure over that because we're not going to use the built-in. We're not going to use the ender frame. Or not frame, but the ender. Words on stream are hard. We are not going to use the ender control board. Yay. Before you get started, and you guys cannot see what I'm looking at, so let's do this. Before you get started, general printer calibration, do skew and shrinkage calibration. I did this using cauliflower. Calibration test prints. I did not do that calibration cube. I've got reamers. I can ream things out if they're not exactly 8 or 12 millimeters for the rods. Blah, blah, blah. We'll get into that. Tools and terminology. We're going to need tools. We've got tools. We're going to need a bunch of screws and hardware. We have a whole hardware pack that came. You saw the NG project, looked interesting. Nice to see someone doing the build. If you're interested in seeing builds and you want to see some really, really, really amazing builds, Armor 3D, is it just Armor 3D or something? Armor 3D over on YouTube. He's done a lot. What controller did you settle on? My plan for this build is to use a controller. If I can find it, it's going to be the Ender 3 EZ. Or not the Ender 3 EZ. The Big Tree Tech SKR EZ. So I believe I just grabbed it here. Yes. So this is from a previous build. So yes, that is going to be the plan, is using this. It is a CB1 and it is using a purpose-built screen, or has set up for a purpose-built screen for the Manta. So this is the Manta. How is this? The Manta E3 EZ V1.6 is what my plan will be. That is my plan for the controller. Sit there, be good, or I will promptly forget about you. Okay. Now we are getting into the parts preparation. And this is where I wanted to really start looking in at what all is needed. I'm going to do old man eyes and zoom in here a bit. Wow, that did not zoom in clearly. The only exception is the original y-axis extrusion where you can use a spacer or adapter. It looks like we'll need the two base legs. These should be 40-40 by 290. There are 40-40s. And they are 290. So these are the bottom two over here. Okay. We'll need our two uprights, which are these bad boys. So we've got our two vertical uprights. These are the Z that will be used somewhere. We have our X and the Y. So we've got all of this stuff. I think this one just gets completely yeeted. This is the side to side. So I believe that one gets completely yeeted. And this will be the 40-40 for the Y. And what we need to do is figure out how long this is. And this is 343. It's 340. No, 342. So this one is undersized. This one we're going to have to print spacers for because this is a V2, not a Pro. The V2 had some that were 350 and some that were shorter. This is shorter. If we had a Pro, it would be the required 350 millimeter. So we're going to have to do some printed ends that'll go on each side. Now, we're still going to have to do some part prep here. We're not going to have to drill the beg because we have the beg carriage. Supports dual extruder. This is not an IDEX. This is a, whatchamacallit. This is a single tool head. You can put box turtle on this. Box turtle will work on this. Okay. All right. So on the feet, these already have the sides drilled in them. We're going to need to do some holes for blind joints. If you're building the 2040 extrusion upgrade or the ultimate frame, we're going to need to drill some 4mm holes in the extrusions and tap M5 threads. Use the following printable templates. We do have the 2020 and the 2040 frame templates. Okay. Oh, that does line up very nicely. Good. We want to do these, and the outsides are the cleaner sides. These are the sides that are inside and are crapped up. So we want to leave those to the inside. We're going to follow the orientation as shown in the picture. Okay, so the orientation that's shown in the picture, and it's going to be hard for me to blow this up where it doesn't, maybe not. All right, orientation as shown in the picture. So you'll see that this one right here that we're going to do, the first one that we're going to do, it's got the little cutouts on the outer edge here. So that's what it's showing is the screws would be coming through this side normally, the screw heads. So if we're doing this one and we put our drill guide on here, so we'll take our drill guide, we'll line it up and slide it in. We're going to drill these two holes on this side. And on this one, when we slide it in, we would do these two holes on this side. And they say to do these as 4mm. For whatever reason, that looks like 3mm holes, but we'll do 4mm. And a 4mm drill. I really wish you would stop putting the get rid of the AI stuff. What I want you to do. We are doing the 2040 Ultimate Frame version. You need to drill 4mm holes in the extrusions and tap M5 threads in the extra 2040 extrusion in holes. Okay, so we're going to drill these like this. I will go ahead and leave our rubber stoppers here, and I'm going to try and put something underneath here just to be safe, because I don't want to drill and punch through and go right into the bottom of my desk and shatter it. I thought I had a piece of wood around here. Did I may have tossed it downstairs, and the drill is downstairs as well. So I'm going to have to go get the drill, and let me find the drill and a piece of wood. And we'll come back up here and we'll actually start drilling our frames. Might as well get them there. The nice thing is these are the 2040s that came in the kit. And you'll notice, let me make this big so you can see. They're already tapped for M5 screws. So we don't need to worry about drilling and tapping these. They're already done. All we need to really do is just remove the plastic off of them. And these will be ready to go. So I'll go ahead and pull that off. So we'll have two longer ones and then two shorter ones. The two shorter ones, I believe, go in the front. The longer ones go in the back. We might actually get started some tonight, because why not? All right. So that's there. I need to go get the drill and a piece of 2x4. I guess I can go off the end as well. drill and visible piece of 2x4. Righty. We got a drill, and I know it has a fresh battery because I put one in it before we went to the show. But yes, you can put things like a box turtle on this. This is a words on stream issue. This is a full clipper printer, so you should be able, you wouldn't have any problem putting a box turtle on this. Remove those. Get off the extra glue. There we go. Make sure that we're oriented right when we go to do our drilling. Okay, so on this one, this is our outer edge. So we'll turn that around. So that's the outer screw edges, so the smaller holes. This will be the bottom one in our display here. So when we put our drill guide in, like so, we're going to be drilling into these right-hand pieces. And of course, I did that, and I just have my, and these don't go up big enough, do they? Nope. Do it that way and do the one part, but I can't do it with the wood. That's okay. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. We're going to do the two right-hand sides, or the sides where we don't have the extra drill piece in. And we're using, I'm going to triple verify. It did say an M4, right? M4 holes, even though, so we're doing M4 holes, even though these are M3 holes in the printed part. So that's always great. We'll hit bottom before we hit our thing doing this. So we're going to all right. That took way longer because I need to push down and force through it. And it really wasn't. So what I'm going to do here is move a couple things around. see about getting this close there so that we can keep our mess somewhat clean. So there's one. All right. Make sure you're keeping things as tidy as possible. All right. And there's our first two holes. Once again, these will be through holes where we're drilling for the, or that we're sending screws up into the extrusion on the side. So we did those two. Other side. Okay. Our holes are now going to be, the extra hole spacing for the screw heads are going to be visible. We're going to put our drill guide in the slots. And we're now going to clamp it on the right side, and we're going to drill on the left side. Okay. We're going to drill over on these sides here, and this will give us our second set. See? That was a weird sound. When you're doing these, when you're doing this drilling, folks, please, please, please make sure to have eye protection on and other protection. You do not want to hurt yourself doing these printer builds. So please use the appropriate protection PPE. And we're trying to make sure that we're straight up and down here. And the holes that we are drilling are to allow our driver access to the screw head. Okay, that's all that we're doing here is drilling the holes that will allow us to get our driver through this part and to the screw head. Okay, so that's done. That's the first couple of holes that we need to do. Next up, we'll need to do some 2020s. This is 2 pieces of 2040 by 400. So I believe these are our uprights. Should be our longest pieces that we got here. 2040 by 400. And grab my measuring device. Yep. These are the original Z extrusions from the printer. And we will be doing verticals, and we need to figure out what's the front and the rear. We'll just say the front's the one towards me at the moment. And we're actually going to do the 2 rear holes on both of these. And then we'll come back and we'll do the other ones. And is this really loud? Hey, sis, how's it going? Hey, Bearded Printer, how's it going? We are modifying our rails, our extrusions. This is for our Ender 3 NG build. And we are currently modifying our extrusions as per the guide so that we can do the build. We're going to do the ultimate frame build here, which means we're going to have vertical uprights both front and back. So that's why we have to drill out these holes for the drilling and tapping. And in this case, the holes that we are drilling in these 2040s are the little, we'll say the Y top frame. Okay, so these are going to go like this with our verticals underneath. So that's what we're doing right here is drilling those out. So that's one. Then we'll have 2 of these to do. So that was the front on one of them. We're going to do the front on the second one. And then we'll come back and do the rear side of these, and we'll do the other set of holes when we do the rear. swinging in, as they to say, hey, living the dream. Awesome. How goes the studying? You know, the studying for your bar exam. The other thing to do is to make sure that your drill is in screw mode, or we are in the drill mode, highest speed. Because if you're doing steel, you want to go slow. If you're doing aluminum, you want to be going fast. And like I said, use your PPE. So now is not the time to be using safety squints. I've got glasses on that are safety rated. Still doesn't keep things from flying in from the side or around the edge of the glasses. So probably should be wearing full up safety glasses, but my lenses are safety rated. Probably also wouldn't hurt if you put a little bit of lubricant on your drill bit either, instead of dry drilling. Because we are drilling the blind holes here, these once again are where our drivers are going to have access through, so that we can tighten down the blind joint or the blind screws underneath. We don't need to necessarily we don't have to be straight vertical, but you want to be as straight vertical as possible. But if you're off a degree, it won't be the end of the world. You'll still have enough wiggle room to get to your screws, is where I'm going with that. All right, so these are our front. Definitely get in and get any chips out. Those will interfere with your screws. All right, so our fronts are done. They're the ones that are further inward. When we flip this around to do the rears, we're now going to use the two holes that are closer to the end here, which means we're going to have to clamp down here and then figure out some other way of holding our material up to do our drilling. Try and work clean. I know you can go through and just do all of these in one shot, but I try and keep things clean, especially when I'm up here. If I was down in the garage or in the workshop, I could go through and do all these in one shot, keeping things a mess while I do it. But yeah, you really don't want an aluminum sliver in your hand either. Been there, done that, wouldn't recommend. All right, so that one's completely done. We need to eat some stuff over here, so let's get that done. And because this is a carpeted floor, I'm definitely going to need to come in here and vacuum afterwards. So this frame, front, rear, there's the front. We need to do the rears on this one, which will be literally at the rear. Or at the edge, we'll say. Down there, Maker, how's it going? Welcome on in. Just repeat memorization. Well, yeah, but when are you taking the exam? Have you taken it? How'd you do? All righty. We've got both of our extrusions. We've got the holes set back on the front edge and at the rear on the back edge. So once again, these are through holes for the blind joints. And these are in the ender Z uprights. The ender side legs is what we did our initial drill holes in. And these are for the blind joints. These are not where the screws are going. These are access holes for our driver as we will go in and tighten down the screws in the blind joints. And before I put that away, I will make sure that we're done, but I'm going to clean up a little bit first right now. Once again, the metal will, one, catch you, and two, scratch up your extrusion, your enclosure panels, and all that good stuff. So let's try and work fairly clean. I will come in and definitely vacuum. If you see a big sliver now, though, pick it up, especially if you're running around barefoot or with flip-flops on or something like that. Which, why are you drilling or cutting metal in bare feet or flip-flops? Which, by the way, I love watching videos of people that look like India, Thailand, or whatever that are welding with flip-flops on or sandals. It scares the crap out of me. Okay. So we did 2 of our 400 millimeter units. The front, we did the 2 holes. The rear, we did the 2 holes towards the back. Uh-oh. The top, which is 2 pieces at 350. So we're not done drilling holes. 2 pieces at 350. This should be the original frame material. No? So there's those two. There's those two. This we're not using. The only other frame, oh wait, top and bottom. Got you. So which sizes are these? So this will be the material that we got in the kit. And they're just calling out the top and the bottom. This is the longer, this is the material that we got in the kit. It's the taller or longer of the extrusions is the one we're going to be looking for, because this is a 4040, and this is the Y rail, and this is the one. So this is 350, and as you can see, this one is slightly shorter. So, let me go to the bench side real fast. So these are the extrusions we're looking at. These are two 2040 that came in the kit that are already pre-tapped. And these are 350 millimeters. As you can see, this 4040 right here is a little bit short. This is the existing Y rail. If this was the, if I had gotten the Ender 3 Pro, this would be 350 and be the same height. Because it's not, I will have some end cap spacers that I need to print that will go on either side of this. This is the rear bottom part of the machine. These will be vertical uprights, and these will be the rear vertical uprights. And what we're going to have to do is, in both of these, we're going to have to drill 4 through holes, okay? And literally the 4 through holes that we're going to be drilling in here are the through holes for the blind joints that will go on either side of this one. So we'll thread in screws through a little thin spacer. We'll thread in the screws. We'll leave them out just a little bit. We'll slide these down. We'll go through the holes that we drilled here and tighten those 4 screws down in this gap that will hold this tight. So that's what we're getting ready to drill right now, is the through holes to do those tightenings. And this is going to be in the longer of the extrusions that came in our kit. How's it going, Waters? We're doing this at the quote-unquote bottom. It does not matter which side we select, because all of the ends are drilled and tapped at the factory. So it doesn't matter which side we select as the bottom. It's just going to be whichever one we decide to go with. So we'll bring our drilling stuff over. We'll get our garbage can over here again. And once again, these are the longer of our vertical extrusions that came in the kit. We're going to need both of our drill guides again, so we'll get those out here. We're going to grab our 4-banger, slide it on, and we need to do all 4 of these. I'll go ahead and I think I can clamp this to the 2x4. Nope, not long enough to clamp the 2x4. I think I'm just going to hold it in place. We're going 1, 2, 3, and then 4. Evacuate the bulk of the chips, make sure it's still pulled back all the way. Do the next one. You done? Good. All right. Are you just getting home from the shop, Rose? Hey, Shenanigans, how's it going? Yes, we're starting the Ender 3 NG, and we're having to modify some of our extrusions. I don't know how loud that is. If it's really loud, please let me know, and um, I will mute the mic. What we're doing right now is we've done we did our top two. These are the standard right and left side legs of the Ender 3 platform. These are the Z vertical uprights that we did the quote unquote rear and front of to drill the blind joint holes in. Now these are the two pieces that came in the kit. These are 350 millimeters long. We're having to drill 4 holes in the base, and this will be the screws that will join into the rear centerpiece at the back of the printer. So we're doing these. We got to do all 4 of these, and then we'll come back and do 2 on the vertical upright. And once again, these are not holes that we'll be screwing into. These are holes that our driver will be passing through, and we'll be screwing the screw that is in the end in and clamping on these ears of the upright. It's canceled? Awesome. And folks, I'm going to say, do as I say, not as I do. Do not drill that close to your hand ever. Once again, make sure you get these slivers before you embed them in your hand. Okay. So we've got our 4 at the end on both of our extrusions. Now we need to come in through the end at the same spot. So this will be using our same 2020. We'll just slide it all the way forward. Make sure, once again, we're in the same spot where our 4 holes were. Which also means, since we've done our 4 holes, as we go down this way, we're going to go through a little less material because we've already dug through some of that material. Yep. Here we go. Here's one. So 4 that way, 2 that way. All on the same end. Clean up my mess. And I will be vacuuming tonight, that is for sure. Okay. Here's our 4 holes. So we're going at this end. Slide this on. Hold it tight. Do our first hole, then the second hole. All right. What you see me do is cut my hand around where those holes are, and then I'm blowing down, which should blow any of the chips down and into the garbage. Okay. Definitely should have been doing this in the garage, but that's okay. Yeah, the drill press is stuck in the garage, and it's kind of hard to show using the drill press if we're up here. Like, yeah, I really should have been using the drill press and the guide, The guide shows me where to drill. The drill press would help me ensure that I was straight up and down. But we make do because we're makers, right? All right, so let me bring this back down. And that's it. That's all of the frame part update or mods that we need to do so we can put the drill away. It's 8:30. It's now telling us to get all of our linear bearings and stuff cleaned. Put that there. We'll take this. Make sure I clean that off so I don't sit down on a sliver. That would really, really suck. That back over there. We'll put this away. Clean up your workspace. A good workspace is a happy workspace. You tend to find things a little bit easier. Remember that, Waters? Okay. Now we're going to sit down. We're going to take a quick coffee break. And with an open coffee cup, this was nowhere near here. It was way over there. So last thing you want to do is go drilling with an open coffee cup and then drink a bunch of slivers. You got the Hodo too. If you just had a bag to stick them in with. Yeah, I do have the Hodo, but I'm going to use the big vacuum cleaner on the carpet. You're going to go spend time with the wife, leaves right as you get attacked. Yep. Just ask Clover how the CNC coolant tastes. Oh, I can imagine. Swarf coffee is the best. Yeah, there you go, down under Maker. All right, so we've done all the drilling. We don't need to drill our bed or the bed carriage because we're using the aftermarket CNC carriage. We're a little highfalutin this time around. Okay, parts prep. Clean and lubricate linear motion bearings. The new LM8 LUU and LM12 UU bearings need to be properly cleaned and greased before use to ensure there's no manufacturing debris or dust contaminating them, so it runs smoother, more quiet, and will last longer. Now, I will tell you that I personally, on a lot of the linear rails, I have stopped like IPA flooding them. I mean, that's just, I've stopped doing it. Now, with these, since we're going to be using these linear bearings, there are no linear rails in this design. They're all linear bearings. I'm going to go ahead and pull out the linear bearings that we're going to be using. These are the 12s, which we won't use. We've got standard LM12 UU bearings. We're not using those because of the carriage or the bed carriage choice that we made. Once again, we're using our nice CNC laser cut one. So rather than using a standard bearing and a printed part, we've got the I'll say this style, because that's descriptive, of LM12 bearing. Okay, so this is the full Monty mount, and we'll have to see if, I think it goes like drop in like that or up from the bottom. Your screw head will come in through here, and these are threaded holes in the mount itself. So these are going to get mounted like that. It's going to provide an extremely rigid mounting system for these, and an extremely rigid, like this is at least, God, that might be 1/4 inch or 6 mil aluminum or steel. Is it magnetic? It's aluminum because it's not magnetic, but very nicely cut. And as you can see, we do have the mounting spot for the fan, so we will be able to do the fan on this. Yay! And not knowing what the pedigree is on these, and just looking at them, they're dry. I was kind of surprised. Normally I take them out of packages, especially like these, and they've got just a, I'm not even going with a thin film. There's a thick film of shipping oil on them. These are, if there's any oil on them, it's very, very light. So these at the very least are going to have to be greased. We probably do want to soak them just to get the crap out of them. Any particular or any kind of crap that may be in the tracks themselves from the machining process. These MYTs, believe it or not, they've actually been pretty decent bearings. Like these are, I don't know this brand, MYT Company Limited, but the few that I have used have come from either Fabreeko or KB3D, I believe, and they're pretty darn good quality. These aren't the, name that you cannot pronounce bearings from AliExpress. We'll put it that way. Like a very, like I can see the shiny on my fingers, so there's a very, very light film on these. Very, very minimal. Normally you pop the thing open and it's like oozing out everywhere. But you should be able to see some of the shininess on my fingers. So very, very little shipping oil to prevent things from rusting in transit. I wish Armored was here because I'm not sure if Armored fully goes through and cleans his, or if he just goes through and properly lubricates them from the factory. Because if I'm going to clean these, I'm not going to do it on stream. And quite honestly, I don't have, I've got an LM8UU nozzle on one of my lubes, but I don't have a 12, so we'll be doing the lube the same way we did the Riff, which is just squirt a whole bunch of EP2 grease in it, put our finger on one side and put the rod in on the other and just jam it in there, and that will squish the grease into the ball bearing grooves. And on the element you use there, it is not one continuous long channel. It is two separate channels. So that's kind of interesting. I know, don't think that I will be able to get a good video of that, but it is two separate channels, so it's almost like two different bearings just in a long housing. So yeah, you can see a little bit of crud on there just from wiping it off. Not a lot. Honestly, I feel comfortable just slapping grease in these and going rather than trying to grease them up. Now the question is will we bother greasing them right now? Or should we wait and grease them at the time that we go to install them? Hey Jedi Spidey, how's it going? The other thing we're looking here is verifying the reference faces. This would be the faces of the parts where we're going to be sliding our extrusions right up against the part and making sure that they're nice and flat and everything's good to go. Okay, so you'll notice on the part like this, right? This is one of the front corners. This will be the front left corner. This will be the lead screw mount that comes through here. It'll get sandwiched between some bearings because it's a freewheeling extruder or extrusion. There will be a extrusion that comes right in here. So what you'll want to do is grab one of your 2020s and just slide it in there and make sure and look and make sure that you're getting a nice seat on both directions. And if it looks like there's a gap, just take your file or some sandpaper. Like this is a nice edge. This is a top surface. This top surface is a little rough, but nothing where I am noticing a gap between here and that piece, right? The other thing you'll notice is when I set this in here, it's nice and flush with the top here. So that's a good sign that my part printed well. So these parts should not require any sanding, or I mean, there's a part of me that says like, okay, that is rough. I need to change my setting for top layer and reduce the top layer extrusion a little bit. But is it worth trying to sand? Because if you sand, you're going to get rid of this color and you'll see that it looks like it's been file or sanded. I just don't think it's worth doing. Yeah. And that one is nice and solid in both directions as well. So we're good there. Some of the other pieces that it's showing on here are actively printing right now. So we won't be able to validate those, but like I said, I've validated my shrinkage and I've validated some other stuff. So I'm pretty sure if these are fitting nicely, the rest will fit too. Maybe a little bit of sanding just on those mating materials if I really feel like it. The other thing to know, oh, I'm sitting here looking at this. Duh. So these are the mating surfaces. The highlighted faces are the ones that you're looking for as far as are they nice and are they flat? Are they free of any blobs or anything like that? So this would be another mating face. This right here will be a vertical mating face, right? So that's nice and flat and good. Okay. This is the front corners right here on the left. These are the top corners. Haven't printed those yet. Actually, these are printing, and these middle ones, these tall ones, are printing right now. This stepped top portion would be if you were doing the printed verticals, and we're not. Okay, these are part of the Z motor mounts. So, or I'm sorry, not the Z motor mounts, the AB motor mounts. Those are actively next to be printed over on this build plate. So be careful. These parts right here, I think I was ever so slightly on my Z offset, so I dropped my Z offset down just a little bit because these two parts warped pretty badly. And so I did brim and dropped them down like 0.01, and it looks like they printed great without an issue. The other thing that I would suggest on your Centauri carbons, and actually just about any printer, if you are printing ABS, ASA, or anything like that, go ahead and heat up your hot end to 140 and your build plate to the expected temperature. In this case, I'm heating up the hot end to 140 and the words on street sometimes. The hot end to 140, the bed to 100. And what that does is it just brings everything up to temp, and you can let stuff sit there and heat soak. And then parts will start printing a lot faster because it's already up to temp. You're not waiting for the bed temp, but you've let things heat soak. And if you do, go ahead and mark the checkbox to do a heated bed level. That way, everything will stay heated. It'll heat at the built or at the printing temp, and everything will just go a little bit faster and will print beautifully. So most of these, the brim comes right off. This one, the brim was a little bit stuck in a couple of areas. I might need to actually wash that particular bed. This stuff should come right off nicely. Your brim should come off pretty nicely. I got a little bit of attachment right there, but it should come off with no real issue. And if you need to, that's what your deburring tool is for. But this will be the rear mount for your lead screw. Once again, it's going to be a clamshell style mount. We'll have to build this and route the belt through this as we build it, because we won't be able to add the belt in after the fact. We're going to have 608 bearings right down in these holes here. And once again, this is going to do a clamshell type setup like that. You'll have your lead screw right down through here. We'll have the rod here, and then we'll have a idler bearing right here that the belt's going to kind of come in, wrap around, go around that idler bearing, and then go back to the motor mount, which will be over on this side. So that's how that's going to sit in there. So we've got all of our lead screw and rod mounts. With that, though, I think that's going to give us what we need to get started on the lower frame. So, yep, here we go. Bottom frame. At least we're going to have the front. We'll have this piece, these pieces back here. I think might be the next plate on the one I just cleared off. So let me double check that device real fast. Not yet up to temp. And what's next on that one? Yeah, it's the All right, what did I just print? Ruzi, Razi, panel. Ay, ay, ay. I'm confusing now. What's next? Bottom Ruzi, lower. I don't know. It's not what I was thinking needs to go there. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll get started. Let's see what we can do. Bottom frame, front corners. These are these guys right here. I will grab my bearings and move my bearings off for now. We're going to need our heat press insert. We're going to need our thingamabobbers, our fastener kit, which will have our M354 110 pieces. So we're going to be doing a lot of heat press inserts throughout this build. They picture the left. Which one have we got? They're picturing this one. And whatever we do to this one, we're going to do on the other side as well. Okay? We're going to need M3 heat set inserts, and we'll need some M5 heat set inserts. Of course we will. Maybe not. Do we use the M5s? It says both sides. Pre-marked heat inserts are used for installing the enclosure. So if you're not going to enclose the printer, you can choose not to install them. Well, we are. Custom extrusions. If you have custom 2020 extrusion for the front, you can choose to install it with two M5x16 socket head cap screws and M5 T-nuts from the bottom. If so, don't install the two bottom M5 inserts. I would assume it's these back two M5 inserts, but that looks like an M5 insert there as well. All right, so we're going to go ahead and get our heat press plugged in and going. We've got our M3 insert in there. And interestingly enough, oh, there they are. There's the M5 heat sets. We'll go through and do all the M3s first. You feel like The Walking Dead, but you can't walk right now. Okay. Then are you truly like The Walking Dead if you can't walk? Just asking. Okay, we've got our heat insert press set for 270 because we're going into ABS. Just apply pressure, try and go straight down. I really need to get my FRAX set up and brought over here. Well, it's actually right there. I need to bring it over and set it up and just hang it on the back of this so that I can use the FRAX setup for this. What I'm going to do is the 3 across the top, and I'll do that on both of them. Doesn't seat all the way fully, just don't push down, just get your heat press in there to get some more heat on it, and use, a flat surface to make sure that it gets nice and flush with the printed part. We'll come over and we'll do these 3 since it's symmetrical. One of the reasons why I use the back of my tweezers is because the spine or the base of my stealth press here is busted. So I do get a bit of a rocking motion. And so I use this to make sure that I am getting flush and flat with the printed part. And it also gives me a chance to burnish the area around the printed part, because a lot of times you'll get some plastic that'll push up as the printed part is pushed in, and this will give you a chance to burnish that nice and flat so that you don't have a raised piece of plastic there from the heat press itself. All right, so we've got the 3 at the top on each one done. Now we're going to do the 2 in the front recess here. These are going to be a little bit harder to do just because of the geometry of the piece not being flat. We might be able to get around that by just kind of double stacking them like that. And we won't be able to kind of try and press this down with anything because of the way that this is. So we're going to have to do our best to get it nice and flat and flush. So what these are is a spot where we're going to put 2 accent pieces in. And those accent pieces are going to have a rounded clamp area that's going to clamp around our M12 rods and hold them in place. So we're going to go ahead and get these lined up and set in there. Come on. Yeah, it should be good. So we got those 2. We need the 2 in the front face here. And I'm going to get it close, soak some heat into it, and then just press it down on my table, which is going to make sure that it gets nice and flush in there. Do that for the other one as well. And then looks like that. We go this way. We kind of lift it up. So this hole down here is going to get M3 heat set as well. So we need to get one of these going over here. Okay. Then we'll need M5s. Now, we've got through holes here, so we're not putting M5s here, obviously, but we'll need an M5 here, and this M5 is going to be for the foot, or yeah, for that rubber foot that we need to install. So we will install this, but we'll do that afterwards because I'll have to let this fully cool down to swap out from an M3 to an M5. So we'll do that one later. We'll go in here and get this other one set up. Okay. Yeah, so I ran into Jedi Spidey at Ecovate the other day. He was there to pick up, it was H2S you were picking up, right? Was it a combo or just the H2S? Anyhow, Jedi Spidey now has a dedicated spot at one of the local like flea markets. It was HTD. It's a flea market that you're at down at Fayetteville, right? And now you have to troubleshoot. Uh-oh, what's... You just got it and installed it. Yep, dedicated spot indoors, yeah. So we're going to... and this weekend is this weekend your opening weekend? Or is it next weekend? We're gonna miss him at our maker meetups because rather than coming and see us, he's got to be down there trying to make that cash to pay for his spot because he's now got rent payment. Yeah, another error on the HTD. Well, that sucks. All right, so we got the tube for the locking piece, the two vertical, that'll most likely be for the enclosure because those are marked. And then we're going to have the one that goes in down here that will be for the little idler that goes in there. I think, no, that's not the idler, that's just the through clamp. Once again, we'll get it close, we'll let it soak a little heat for a bit. Then we'll push it flat. And there we go. We're nice and flat there. So we've got that one and that one done. We'll come back in and do the M5s, like I said, in a short bit. Dang, it wants us to go ahead and start putting our rods in. This is where you see how that clip goes in. Start setting up the stacks for our lead screws. I think what it's telling us to here is just checking for the fit and making sure that things fit right. I'm going to go ahead and turn this off. We'll let this cool down. We're going to be doing a lot of this, and I may do some of these off stream. I'll go through with the parts that I've got printed like tomorrow, and I'll print through it. I thought I had another set of prints lined up for number 3, but apparently I don't. So what do I have going now? This one has... So 4's got the upper, or the motor mounts going for the A and B. That one's got, this one should have the rear Z-rod holder and panel joiners. Yep, that was this one that we took off. Frame bottom rear Z lower triple lead screw. That had this piece and something else because that was the warp parts. Frame bottom left, right, yeah. So did I just like skip an entire set of parts, or they actually, you know, I think what it is I was doing these first and then they were set to go next on 4. And almost guarantee if I look at number 4, it's got the files that I'm looking for on it. Bottom front skirts. No. I have just, so I had the parts, I sliced it and didn't send it, is what happened. Ay. Okay, printer 3. That one. Let me grab, which parts are we going to need? That's front. Front. Sorry. I'm kind of scrolling through the manual here to figure out what the rear parts are. Front frame, front skirt. Bottom frame, front assembly. So this would be the back if you had the 2040 frame from a standard Ender. As you see, you would have these 2 printed parts that you would have to assemble and then mount your 2040 to it. This is if you're running an Ender 3 V2, which is what we are. So I need to print these spacers. one V-slot extrusion that's 343 millimeters long. And I'm pretty sure that's what I had. This one. This is yes, 343. So I need to do those two spacers. And I will say that these look like they're that different color, right? So these are the ones I'm doing as primary. So these look like they should be done in my accent color, which would be orange. And did I, by any chance, actually... No, I did not print those. So I will have to print those for my extrusions. So here's what you see is the rear pieces with these printed verticals. We're not using the printed verticals, we're using the extrusions. So what we need is the frame bottom rear left and right. And we need to make sure that we grab the ones that are for the 2040. So I need frame bottom. I need the rear left 2040. Rear, wait a minute. On the phone. Did I had printed those parts. Did I toss those parts because they were partially warped? Yes or no? Or do I have them? I think I do have those parts. What did I do with those parts? After seeing the part, I now go, ooh, I know that part. There it is. Aha! We've got these parts. These parts printed fine and did not warp. So, we have these parts and we will go ahead and see what we got going on in here. Printed verticals, no. Printed verticals, no. Printed verticals, no. Printed verticals, no. 2040 upgrade and ultimate. So we've got these parts. All right, and we require no heat press inserts for these. Woohoo! So I think at this point, other than needing to put some M5 heat press inserts in, which this is cool enough that I can put some in. Pull that out. We'll put our M5 insert in. Oh, that's awesome. No. Is there an adapter that I'm missing or am I, oh my God. Sometimes I want to scream. So this does not fit on there. Okay, so there we go. I know what it is. My M3 is actually a different. It's not a CNC kitchen one. It is one that I had to buy because, well, I I damaged my CNC kitchen one. So that would be why I have issues going from M3 to anything else. It has nothing to do with my CNC kitchen things not fitting and everything to do with my heater core here not being the CNC kitchen heater core. What I have to do is remove this. Put in this whole new heater core. And that may make it a little bit easier for future swaps when we have to do different sizes. Oh, take it apart and do cables. That's never fun. All right, that's M4. That should be M2. That should be the 3, which is not the right one anyhow. Okay. And the nice thing is with my M5, the M5 does work with the pullers, and I'll be able to do some. I've got a box of things over here that I need to pull inserts out of. So we'll do that. We'll put in some of our M5 heat press, which should have one in each one of these, right? At least in the two main ones, or the two front ones. Nope, there's not going to be one at all in those rears. But we'll do these, so we'll be able to continue. And if you can see, there is smoke coming off here. Don't worry. It's just a brand new core. It's all good. All right. One down, one to go. I was going to say Waters was on here earlier, but he had to go. He had to go do wife duty. So and by wife duty, I mean he had to go spend time with his wife. All right, M5s are in. I think we'll be good for now. We'll have to swap over to the M3 a little bit later once we get a little bit into this, but we will begin trying to assemble some things. I'm going to scroll back up here to the top real fast. All right, so we've got all of our heat presses in, or heat set inserts in. Our M12 linear rods, we'll need those. So let's go ahead and pull that out of our box. We'll move our bearings over there. Can't lose our bearings. We'll need our rods, and we will need the lead screws because I did see those coming up too. Our rods, I'll say it feels a little goopy, like these have been greased for shipping or had some light oil put on them for shipping. So I'm just going to go through as I pull them out and wipe them down with a paper towel. Right. If you want to see what I mean, there's that. And there's some grease marks on my shirt where I put it up against my shirt as I was wiping it off. So that's going to stain. So we've got our 4 rods. I'm sure our lead screws are pretty much the same way. Go ahead and dig those out now. Well, they don't feel it. All right, there we are. Now you will notice all 4 of our 8s are the same size, and our 12s here, our lead screws are the same size, our 8s are the same size, but our 12s are different. We've got 2 longer than the other. So 2 long, 1 short. So this one will most likely be the rear. These will be our front ones. And we're going to test fit these in our printed parts. And these are not going in. Don't worry. Never fret. See what we got here. 12H7. There's our 12 millimeter reamer. Hopefully this will actually go in there. Oof, barely. And that is a through hole. So we're just going to ream all the way through it. Probably do this over the garbage can versus over the carpet. Okay. Doesn't take much, doesn't pull off much. There's one. There's the other. Always have a nice set of reamers. Probably should have reamed that rear one before I pulled that out, but I'm going to go ahead and ream our last one right here. So the nice thing with these straight flute reamers is they don't really enlarge the hole. They give you an exact hole based on the quality of your reamers, of course. So this should give me an exact 12 millimeter hole, and it should be a perfectly round hole as well. Where on a normal drill, because it's got a spiral cutting edge, it could literally go off kilter and enlarge the hole where the reamer is going to make the hole exactly 12 and keep it straight. So I should be able to take this now and it should fit right down with no issue. So that one fits. That one fits. And this one should fit. So we're good to go there. What it's asking us to do right now is just make sure we're verifying the fit of the 12 millimeter Z-rods. If the hole is too tight, you need to clear. Make sure you can push the rod inside without excessive force, so you'll be able to remove them later if needed. Maintenance, mods, what have you. Hey, Shrimp Father, how's it going? Yeah, this is the opening weekend for you. So I'll talk to Mrs. Dragon and maybe we'll come down and check you out. See you. Okay, so what you've got here is we've got the printed part in 3x4, or excuse me, in 3x10 socket head cap screws that will go through into the heat presses that we put in these little oval openings. And then we're going to have an M4x10 and an M4 T-nut that we're going to use that will secure it onto our front crossbeam. And I think that's just a preparatory step, so we'll go ahead and get that stuff prepped on there. We need M3x10s. M3x6. 8. M310. M2. M320. M325. 5 and 4. I'm going to try and sort these out roughly real fast. Four by 8 and 4x10. 5. All right. I think everything's sorted out roughly there. So we need, it was M3x10, right? M3x10, 2 each. So we'll need a total of 4. And we'll grab these parts, and once again, you'll see how they match that little groove cut out there for the rail, or for the linear rod. So we're just going to stick this in place, and we're going to lightly put in our M3x10 screws. I'm not going to secure them down all the way, we're just going to get them ready. And we'll be able to tighten these onto the rods to hold the rods in when we install the rods. I'll do this on both of them. These are going to go like that. Kind of laying them out there and how they're going to be installed. We need the M4x10 and M4 T-nuts, so we'll need 2 M4x10s, socket heads, and some M4 T-nuts. Hey Timor, how's it going? Oh, it wants hammerhead, not rolling T-nuts. I do not have hammerheads. So we will hold off on that because we will have to install the nuts in the things when we do them. So we will hold off on installing those until we get to put the actual rail in place. Now we're going to get our our lead screws in line or in place. So we need our pulleys. And we will need the belt. We'll have our pulleys. Feet might come into play. Hand off, lead screws, pulleys, bed springs, and those. All right. So what we have for our lead screw stacks here, and let me swap views, is to build our spacers up for our lead screw. We're going to need some of our 608 bearings. I think they're 608. Yeah, 608 2RS ball bearings. And how's it going, Timor? It's completely different because we're adding a lot more printed parts here than we would on a 0G, especially if you're doing the Nebula frame. Okay, now we're going to have our locking grub screws here, so we need to go ahead and pull those out, and we'll use some Loctite as we do for these things. And what we're doing is we're setting this height, so to speak. So we're going to have Loctite set up on these. So far, it's not hard. It's a lot of prep steps. We did have to drill some holes in our extrusion material. We are going to have to print a spacer. I thought I had ordered a Pro. Apparently, I didn't. I ordered a V2. So I do have to print a couple of spacers to do the rear cross member, and those spacers will be, well, supposed to be in the opposite material, so in the accent material. So I have to get those set up here to print shortly. Because I do have a print going right now in the accent material, and it's for the AB motors at the top of the frame. And that's going to be a long print because I think it's got the top cross member, which is all printed, or well, the rear that mounts the other lead screw, and it's all printed. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take one of these locking collars, slip it on, and then I'm going to take one of the bearings, slip that on, and I'm going to put it flat down on the surface. And I'm going to push down. Now I'm going to go in and tighten my locking grub screws, keeping everything flat on the surface. So what we should see is everything is nice and flat right there at the end. It's not bulging out one way or the other. That gives us our nice offset spacer right here. And then the other piece that's on the top is a printed spacer. So this printed spacer should go down onto the top. And if your inner diameter is not correct, we'll need to hit these with the reamer as well. This should be an M8 reamed hole. And I should have 3 of these, not 2. Where's the third one? So I will need to ream these out to 8mm. But for now, I'll just use one of these, making sure that they're all the locking portion is facing down towards the bottom. And I will lock these in place. And all I'm doing is pushing this down against that. And I'll push that in and make sure that we're nice and flush there. If we're not, then loosen it up and go again. So there's 2. Do the third one. Make sure we're staying straight. All right, there we go. Nice flush. So that's done. We do need to ream these out to 8mm. So we'll grab our reamer again. Grab our 8mm. Again, these are going to go down from the top. Let's make sure that they slide down on there just like that. And these are just spacers, and on top of these spacers will wind up being the other 608 bearing. So here we go. We got our 3 lead screws ready to go. Now we're going to start with our corner pieces here. We're going to take one of our bearings and press it into the lower part. They're going to be just a smidge tight, which is great since I did go through and do shrinkage on these. So we're going to have to press these in. Carefully press these in using our Nipix. I use the medium just for a larger throat yoke. And I need to use the bigger ones. The reason I'm using the bigger ones is so I can get completely through the actual bearing, and I'm touching on both sides of the printed surface, and I'm going right across both tracks of the bearing. That when I start to squeeze, I've got equal pressure, and I don't deform the race of the bearing. Okay, we're not fully seated yet, so we will have to close up a little, but make sure you're going fully across both races of the bearing as soon as possible. Consistent pressure. And I'm going to come in from the other side just to make sure that we're flush all the way around. And there we go. Fully seated. Go slow. Give your material time to ease a little bit. If you just crunch on it, guarantee you're going to most likely split your material when you've got a nice tight fit like this, which is really what you want. You do want a good press fit on your bearing. Yeah, So just go very, very slowly. Make sure you're getting pressed straight in. If you're not, stop. Try again. You want to make sure that you're going straight in. Okay, there we go. Nice press fit, no discoloration, no nothing. We're nice and even and flush and flat. Hold that there for right now. Oh, duh. We've got to do it on the other side, so chances are we're probably going to need to use these again. Press these in on the top side. Yep. Yes, so far it's pretty simple, straightforward build. The biggest thing is the manual has kind of it's got all of the different, I'll say, versions or options in it. So you can do printed uprights or just adding the vertical rear uprights or adding front and rear vertical uprights. So you just have to know that what it is that you're actually doing, like what flavor of the build you're doing, so you know which flavor of the instructions to follow. And then, like I said, it's just taking your time, working your bearings into position, making sure that you don't, over squeeze, break anything. Everything should still function nicely. And that one goes there, that one will go there. We've got two more, which will be for the rear. It doesn't tell us to do anything with the rear just yet, so I will do my best to refrain. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to put in our first extrusion, and we'll start setting our lower frame together. So to do that, we'll move some things out of our way here. We're going to have this side here. This side's obviously going to go over here. We're going to use, I believe this is the top piece, the top frame bar, so 330 millimeter extrusion. This would be the top frame. This got the additional bore outs for the top head screws to go in. And we're going to use, looks like these are facing upwards, right? Upwards, right here. And this would be why we were going to do two more heat sets down here that we did not do. Otherwise, you could come up and do it with M5 screws and T-nuts from the bottom. So I was going to do that with T-nuts from the bottom. If I have to use my own, I'll use my own, because they may not be available in the kit here because we didn't use those M5. And I guess I could go through and do the M5 heat presses. Should we do that? Should we do the M5 heat presses or not? Let's go ahead. I'll go ahead and put the M5 heat presses in there. Why not? Let's follow the guide as best as possible. Won't take us too long to do a couple more heat presses. These do kind of get down in there quite a ways. And we'll have to run some screws through there to clean out some of the swarf that gets in the way. Yeah, these are just getting embedded fairly decently down in there. Okay. And last one. There we go. I gotta tell you, I really like my 0G though, Timor. I just love that build. And I got M5 by 25 socket head cap screws. M5 by 25 socket head cap screws. We have those in the kit. Doesn't say anything about using ones from the underlying kit, so we'll use these. And once again, at least one of these has some swarf in it, so we'll drive this through and clean out some of that garbage. Yeah, so far seems all right. Oh yeah, that one did go a little bit further than it needed to. That's all good. right. Those are cleared out. And we're ready to go. So we're going to set this up with the recessed ball-head piece at the top. We're going to come in from the top down. M4 driver. And we're going through those heat press inserts that we just put in place. When we have that internal M4, what we're going to do is, because we've got, there's that nice fit there. What we'll do is we'll put in a rolling T-nut, scoot it over, do the M4 from the front, and that'll really lock this in and make it nice and rigid. We'll lay that right there. We'll do our other 2 screws from this side. Am I going into work Friday morning or Friday afternoon? It's 10 your time. Thank you, Eagle, for letting me know what time it is. We have been going for a while, about 4 hours. I'm going to go ahead and get those M4s put in. Maybe go just a tad bit further, and then we'll call it a night. And I am working from home in the morning. I am not going in. We need what? M4. What is that? An M4 by 10 socket head. M4 by 10 socket head. We'll need 2 of these. We'll need a couple of the M4 rolling T-nuts. So I'm just going to roll these in. Just like that. Take this one. Set it down in there. Roll it in just like that. We'll push it down until it lines up with the hole, and then we'll go ahead and put our M4 by 10 in. Going to use another driver to push this down there, get it lined up. Drop that in the hole. Apparently not get it. Is it or not? Make up your mind. Are you or are you not going in? Guess if I use the right size driver, it works. But M4 were 2.5. Guess not. Push this down, get it lined up. Drop this in there. And there you go. We've got our M4 screw in on each side. We've got our M5s in from the top. And we've got a very rigid frame. Now let's see what's next. All right, mic check, mic check. Apparently my microphone went out, but the receiver's still active. So I will keep this. I don't know how close it needs to be. Sign language. So we're not doing the, well, guess it helps if I do this too. So this is the way we're setting it up for our long closed loop belt. If we are going to run the 3-axis drive, we'll need some 220 millimeter GT2 belts. I would have to go get those. I think that's probably the same as the standard boron. Hey, Show Me Layers, how are you? Welcome in. And then what else? We're going to go and put the caps on. So I'm going to do that. Um, don't know if I can set this there and it still picks me up just as well. But we're going to take our caps here, make sure we have them lined up right. Once again, make sure that our belts are going around that pulley. And this should slide on right over the top and come down. And we're going to go ahead and put in M3 by 10 around the corner. And then M3 by 35 through the big one, or the front piece. Now I do see what I'm going to say is a little bit of a gap where our printed part, this little cap piece is up higher. I think we'll be able to use our screws to kind of bring it down in line and do that little bit of compression. I think what it is our bearings, while flush with the top surface here, may need to be just underside or under a little bit. So when we screw these down, it should clamp it down pretty well for us. In 3 by 35s, oof to me. It was, get open, or I should get out my Hodo. Really get out the Hodo. What did I do? Hodo, Hodo, Hodo. This is, I think what I really need is the smaller of the two Hodos, but what's this? Big question is this a 2.5? It's 2.5 for golden. If not, it's not. That's too big. That's too big. Then the star side is going to be too big too, is it? Yep. So I need my smaller Hodo. Now I got to figure out where my smaller Hodo is. Or just suck it up and turn it in my hand. It may actually be in the tool chest. Yeah, one of the issues I have, uh, Evil Diesel, is if I go to play something like Boulder's Gate right now, um, I only have this the sound of the monitors, so which is very, very soft. I can barely hear it, especially if I've got multiple printers going. So I need to go and get I need to get some speakers. Actually, I guess we'll have to see if maybe my head of mommies can get all the way over there to the the PC. Yeah, this doesn't bug my carpal tunnel at all. Yeah, a man likes to build things when he doesn't want to stop. Exactly. I want to find a good stopping point, and I haven't found it just yet. Fortunately, that started spinning. So did I spin the heat press insert out, or am I spinning not at the heat set insert? I'm not to the insert yet. All right, so something's up. But maybe we found a stopping point for right now. Because I need to work on these a little bit more. I think they just need to be pressed in just ever so slightly more. Yeah, the shocks on Bluetooth, that would make sense, wouldn't it? That would make way too much sense. God, why are you making sense, Diesel? You're not supposed to make sense like that. So if I was using my Hedamames, it would play right in well with the fact that Hedamame is sponsoring the stream. And I need to add Fabreeko up there on the rotating sponsor list, especially for this build. So I'm going to open this back up. And what I'm going to do is pop these back out, and I'm going to try and add another bearing on top and see if I can't get them fully pressed down into the printed parts. I think they just need to be a little bit deeper in the printed parts. Yeah, kind of hard to tell, but looking at this, there's a slight gap between the top of the bearing and that printed part. So if I put another bearing on top, I should be able to add a bit more squish and get these down just a little bit lower. You really want to make sure that these are definitely lined up one over the other when you do this. We are once again ever so slightly recessing these. You'll have to remember to do it on that as well. That out. Grab this one, do the same thing. You guys can tell how that is recessed there. We go big screen. See how that is now recessed down in there a bit? So I'm going to do that on these parts as well because it looks like I can do that on these parts as well. And that will give me that extra gap that I was needing. And the other thing that I'm going to do is save myself a little bit of headache. Here too. These initial holes with the reamer. Okay, so that goes in, this goes around, goes down from the top. So much better. Yeah, I know. I've actually got my microphone sitting right next to me on a battery pack right now. And my brother in law has already told me I need to stop because it's 10 o'clock. Evil Diesel is telling me to stop streaming and start playing Boulder's Gate. You're here with me? All right, Timor. I do need to try not to do like super duper long streams because it does hurt some when I cross port over to YouTube. Um, don't listen to the quitters. Says the man that is like it's your morning time, right? Down Undermaker. All right. I do not. So this corner just does not feel like it's getting down there. I'll have to work on this one after. Got an idea. Sorry you weren't here to watch over and make sure everything went well. 10:30 a.m. there, so you're like 12 hours straight ahead of us. Coffee time. Oh, it's coffee time. This is how bad it is. This thing's almost full because I have not been drinking coffee as we've been building. Okay. So I will work on this one. What is time but a pain in the ass? So it's kind of like you. Is that what you're saying, Diesel? Good God, come out. Give me the long screw. Thank you. Because I threaded that in the whole way, it may just be full of crap in the threads, so it can't bite. We'll come back to that screw. Three by tens. We'll do the long screw. Yeah, I do need to find my hodo. I don't know what I did with it. I know I have it, and I know I've used it. I know where it's at. It's in the flyaway kit. I've got the big hodo here, but it doesn't go down to 2.5. Hey, Monlight, how's it going? Long time no see. I did see your EBB stream, Down Undermaker. I did. I did not see it all. I did not watch it all, but I did see it. I need to go back and look at it again. Oh yeah. Yeah, I fully get that. All right, this one threaded nicely. That one threaded nicely. This one I'm gonna have to fight a little bit with, but we'll get there. Like I said, because this one I'm kind of threading this screw the whole way because I didn't oh, in and out, be right back. Okay. Yeah, this is not due to warping. I am having to push down on here because I am literally threading this screw, which is a 35 millimeter freaking screw. Um, what I should have done was reamed these before I started putting heat set inserts in them, not realizing that they were, there we go, through holes or screws that went all the way through. There we go. That's nice. Now we're going to have to play with the belt, make sure they stay aligned. There we go. Those two are nice in alignment. So we've got the front two done. And that's the front of our frame done. There's another piece coming up, kind of where we're at right now. We haven't put our M12s in yet, and our little whatchamacallit, accent pieces there haven't been in anything with them. And it's going to tell us to do the front skirt, which is this piece, right? So this piece, it says to print it like that, and 3 times it failed. How I printed this was flat like this and used supports. So I did it flat like this, and I did brim and support. These supports fell off very nicely and easily. I don't think you're going to notice any roughness there. Hell, the top is rougher than this will be, and this is going to get covered up by the extrusion. This is going to mount just like that under this extrusion. So I think we'll go ahead and get that done real fast. 4 screws and 3 heat set inserts that we need to add to the bottom. And we'll be able to add this on. We probably should have added that before we did these pieces, my opinion. Because it would have been nicer not to have to sit here and take this and lay it down after you get all your belts and stuff laid in there to try and line everything up. That's going to go on there like that. So let's go ahead and get our heat press up here. We'll do a couple of M3 inserts there, which means we need to swap our piece out here. And at this point, we're swapping the whole nozzle out because my M3 is not the CNC kitchen nozzle. It's the It's some generic one I got off Amazon because um yeah, it's just a generic one I got off Amazon. We'll leave it at that. That'll go there. This one will come out. That one will go there. What I need to do is just get a CNC Kitchen 3mm one again, so I don't have to do this. I'll add it to the next order from KB3D because I think they're selling them individually again. No, I will not be here in 40 minutes. I am going to get off here as soon as I get these put on. Right, that's there. We're going to put this over here, plug it in. M354 heat sets, or M34 by 4.5. Oh yeah, I drug Eagle Diesel with me this weekend. He was trying to whine about something. Oh, I can't go, and I was like, too bad. No, seriously, it was a good show. He needed to get away for a bit, so we did go. Let's see, angle, that's the one. All right, we're gonna set this over there for a minute so that we can do our heat press inserts. Well, we had a blast in Bel Air, Maryland. We did go and see the Aberdeen Diner on Friday. Um, last time we'll be there unless we happen to just be passing through. And lost my voice that day chatting with the KB3D crew during that stint. And yeah, that was a blast. Lose your voice the day before the show starts because that's the best time to do it, right? The day before the show starts. I'm gonna go ahead and hit these with the reamer. Just because I know these tops, the holes in the top are a little bit muddy because it seems like it over extruded the top some. All right. So we're going to go ahead and get this put in, and this will be the last thing we do for the night. You're in the middle of planning on laser engraver design and a 3D printer. That's really cool, Modlight. Shenanigans was doing a laser design as well. Uh, Maybe that'll give you some additional ideas. Maybe keep you from making a mistake that he might have had. You hear that not holding it at the event anymore. So they're moving it from Bel Air, Maryland to they're moving it from Bel Air, Maryland to Philadelphia. There we go. We're going to go ahead and install on this bottom edge down here. It shows T-nuts. We don't have T-nuts. We have, or hammerhead nuts. We have rolling T-nuts. So I need to try and get a couple of these for. We got M3 by 8 and 4 T-nuts. And we need to kind of lay this out so that we can see where we're going. One, two, three. Okay. Now, put this there. We'll try and get this lined up. Use one that's not magnetized. Okay. So this will be the outer edge. So I'm going to basically put it in that orientation. Trying to get one of these in there and started. That hole is too small for my drivers. So do I have Good. So let's flip back over. Kind of hoping that these all line up. And then what I'll do is I'll kind of make the gap align as best as I can. Once I get the all four of them started. Okay, I'm just going to take a flat screwdriver and just kind of use it as a wedge. Just kind of make my gap here match. And I'll go ahead and tighten all four of these up. Well, that just died on me as well. Like everything's dying. Hey, Pete, how's it going? We we chatted about the design. We chatted about some of the mods that we are adding to it. Such as we're going to run an actual Mic 6 build plate and a mains heater for the bed. We're going to run a XG hot end. So the XG fiber hot end from Fadus. We're going to run a Manta E3 SKR or Manta SKR E3, whatever, board. And all right, yes, bottom front frame assembly done. Now we're going to get into the bottom frame rear extrusion. This is where we're going to so this is if you're running a standard E3. We're not. We have a Ender 3 V2, and I need to print these optional frame parts. It looks like they should be in the accent color, which would be orange. So they'll be printed over here on Elegoo Centauri Carbon number 2. As soon as that print's done, I've got the front frame mount, like motor mounts going on 2 and 4 right now. 3 is just sitting there warm. So I need to figure out what's next to print on that. But I think we're at a stopping point tonight is where we're at. I'm not sure who to rate out to, and my interface over here has died because that laptop has decided to go to sleep on me. When we start back up on Saturday, We will be continuing this build. We're going to start with building the rear section and the sides so that we can start joining everything together. Yeah, I think we're doing well. We made some good progress. We took the Ender 3 V2 apart to the area that we needed to. We've got a pile of parts over here that we're not going to use that I will take over to Ecovate. I'll reach out to Noah and see if he thinks they could use it. If so, I will take it over to Ecovate. I still haven't taken apart things like the whole X motor, XY extruder piece, or excuse me, XZ extruder piece, the Z lead screw. Haven't dismounted the Y motor because, well, I'm pretty sure, yep, that's a pressed on bearing and it ain't coming off and getting reused probably. So, yep, you heard your name. I did call out your name. I've got some Ender 3 parts like a bed, a board, all the wiring. I can bring that down to you guys if you think you could use it for repairs down the road. Scratchy dent stuff. Or to revive one of the printers if you have down there. But I think that's where we're at. We spent a good deal of time, drilling the frames and prepping the frames as well. So, we got our drill guides, printed those out. These worked really well at aligning our screw holes so far. And we're going to keep on chugging along. Saturday, I think we'll make some good progress. We should be able to get a good portion of the frame done on Saturday. I will be working tomorrow to get some stuff printed, and I will probably have to pull at least one of the spools off of 3 or 4 to add over to the X1 Carbon to do the 4 back panels so that I get the multicolor back panels. But other than that, I think we're good. My other system's dead. I need to plug it into power, so I don't even know who to raid into right now. I'm pretty sure we're in zombie hedgehog time frames, so I'll see if we can't slash raid. Zombie hedgehog. I don't think I need to do the @ do I? Hey, there we go. All right, keep going to cover the mic when I do that. So thank you everybody for being here. It was a long stream. We haven't done one of these in a while. I will see you guys on Saturday. Have a great night. Go over and hang out. Let's hang out with Zombie for a little bit. And I will talk to you all later. Bye now. For those of you watching on YouTube, thank you so much for sticking around. I know this is a little bit longer stream. If you like what you see and you want to see more builds, please like down below, hit subscribe, click on that bell to be notified of future videos. Speaking of future videos, you're going to be YouTube's going to be suggesting one right over here. Thank you all. Have a great day. Bye now.